Alright. Good morning, good evening, good whatever time of day it is. Wait, is this still... Okay. Alright, let's get started. Oh yeah, continue. So we had just learned about the dead students e-handbooks. Ooh, wait. Oh, I thought it was gonna let me click on that. So, hold on. Did I make a note of that? Yeah, okay. I don't remember the exact things that were said last. I mean, I remember the general gist of it. That's the important part, right? What do you mean by that, but yeah, fuck, we're starting early today. What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. Certainly I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. So are you just working on the assumption that this killer is in fact Genocide Jack and not a copycat? Like, hold on. I have an entire whiteboard full of notes here. And one of the notes is legit or copycat for that. Then you really think... you truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. But, like... okay, I need to know why you are so sure. That murderous fiend is the Genocide Jack, right?
What?
There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people, but that's gotta be urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a demented, psychotic killer like that? You're not wrong to wonder. But words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. Bitch, you can hold back on information? Are you gonna show me or not? Okay. So he's sure it's Genocide Jack.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, there was another part to this. Okay. And I have basis to believe that. I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of us. Alright, let's find out what the basis is. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need. This sounds like a setup to get murdered. Am I going to do it? Of course.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed... that killed Chihiro. Evidence. Does something like that really... Hey. Hey, you two. Big trouble. Need your help.
I don't have time to play with you.
We're busy. Leave us alone. But it's an emergency. Emergency! Come on, please. You gotta help me. Alright, Hina. Hello! Oh my god, you're a little heat generator, Sushi. I bought a whiteboard and put it on my wall, like mostly to make notes to myself. But right now it's being used like one of those boards with all the red strings and all the like detective movies, just without the red string, and very disorganized looking. This and no detectives, yeah, no detectives. But I am trying to keep track of everything because this one's uh, slightly more difficult than Sayaka's was. This is a serious emergency. Please, please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hina? But this is an emergency. You said that like 4 different times. Please tell me what the emergency is. An emergency? What happened? Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Yeah, she was doing that before you took her away. Can we define super strange here? Because what I saw after she fainted was certainly super strange already. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
I am intrigued by your being intrigued by Toko in any way. Since it's Toko, I must admit I'm intrigued. Yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Toko being uh, so weird after passing out from the blood does make me wonder about her. But I don't think it could be her because, I mean, unless it was like an accident and Chihiro just like got knocked down and hit her head on the dumbbell, then it would be kind of hard to end up in that situation with Toko. Because, like, I don't think Toko would have. I don't know. You know what? Mr. Krabs is right. I am also intrigued by how weird she can possibly get because there's something off about her. At least after she sees blood. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Yeah. I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd just say no and that'd be the end of it. Okay, okay, come on, hurry. Jeez. Wait for Asina. It looks like she's headed to the dorms. To Toko's room, most likely. I mean, I would assume so since she wants us to see Toko. You're right. Yeah. Like, I can only imagine that she went running full tilt back towards the dorms. Like, wasn't actually trying to lead us anywhere, just like took back off. Oh, didn't even get to hi. Didn't even get to like walk there ourselves. You guys are too slow. I think you're just too fast. Yeah. Yeah, don't we do not need his ego to inflate anymore. So, what's this emergency? Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, see how she was doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out, and she kept saying all this weird stuff. Oh, weird stuff.
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. Are you comfy, Sushi? Uh, if I speak to you, are you going to tell me why do I? I'm not that short. Makoto is not that short. feel like I gotta like stare up into the heavens to look at him. Hurry up and do it. Okay. Yeah, now that she seems like fucked up in a big way, Yakuya sure is interested in her. He liked the freaky ones. I don't know if he likes them because I don't know if he likes her and it's taking an interest because he thinks she murdered Chihiro or. so after, and so after a while in V3, you do kind of feel like you're not staring into the heavens every time you walk up to one of them. Okay, I may as well give it a shot. Oh, he didn't say that he, needed to ring the doorbell. I'm proud of him. So, I'm going to feel especially short in the second one, huh? The door swung open, slowly and silently. I thought she wasn't opening the door for anybody. Nope. Hi, Toko. Why are you vibrating? Are you okay? Holy crap. An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me. God damn.
What? Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you pulling yourself up in your room.
Yeah, she does seem terrified, which is quite the opposite of the way the like weird variety. It's a very different variety of weird than what she was channeling before.
Leave me alone.
What if I don't want to leave you alone?
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Leave me alone, she says. Yeah, sure thing, Makoto says. But wait, can I bother you before I leave you alone?
Won't allow it.
You won't allow it, or whatever is residing within you will not allow it, because that's a very big difference there.
Huh?
Won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Oh. Well, that's a check marked off over here. So on my lovely little board, I have the note of Toko's strange reaction to blood and like a little arrow to Genocide Jack and a maybe. The good news, I do have like the deduction skills for that part. So I guess I can also legit. Let's see how many times I like drop this marker because it's got a magnet on it and I'm just sticking it to the bottom of the board every time. So I feel like at some point I'm going to drop it. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. What was that? She's been acting like that the whole time. When I rang a little while ago, I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. Okay. It doesn't make any sense, right? Well. Yeah. I'm trying to get comfy. Oh. Okay. I was afraid to leave her alone, but so I tried to bust so I tried to bust down her door, but it felt like somebody was holding it shut on the other side. It wouldn't I couldn't even budge it. I imagine she was the one holding it down on the other side. Hina, I adore you. You are going to force love and affection and care on this girl. Toko was scared enough to even bar her door? Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Makoto. Um. I feel like you missed an entire part of that conversation, boy. Okay. We're gonna pretend like Makoto's not a little dumb. He is. Every single time, he certainly is. Does she think the serial killer genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Is that why Toko's so scared? Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her? Well, there's her, massive crush, Mr. Krabs. You, come here. Hey, Byakuya, you think you could ask her? To come out of her room, I mean. Maybe it was phrased differently in the original.
That's fine.
Sure, whatever. Oh, you're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Oh, I guess you can be nice when you want to. Hina just says what's on her mind, doesn't she? Byakuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. Yeah, maybe the original line in Japanese was much more ambiguous. Maybe you're right. Then again, wouldn't be the first time Makoto, like, missed something that we felt was glaringly obvious. Got my... I got sushi sling all tangled up in my headphone cord, and I'm not sure how that happened. After a few moments...
What do you want?
Leave me alone, you're all so annoying. Bacula.
It's Byakuya.
Yeah, Byakuya is a vampire. Absolutely that. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep her promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. And with that, the door slammed shut. Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. let's get back to the investigation. Oh, hold on. Hey, Yakio, what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
I think you're lying, motherfucker. Hmm? Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. I'm making a note. Oh, hiccup. But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know it, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her. Yeah, he. Jeez. He has certainly realized how dumb they are. But I am now. Mr. Krabs. That reaction is not the reaction of somebody who does not have a secret to keep, and that secret being a promise to somebody else. I do too. I want to. I want to ruffle his hair so bad because I know it will piss him off. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her. Like, no hesitation. Like, she's just like, okay. Don't know what just happened, but okay.
Let's go.
Well then, let's go. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. Byakuya! And I hurried to catch up. Tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just kept on walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. Is it the trash room? Oh shit, the library. The library? Come on, let's go in. Was he reading her books while he was in the library to try to, like, see if there were any hints in them? Would this library have her books? Um, but, wait, hold on. We're back in the room that you wouldn't let me through that door, motherfucker. Let me in. He's going back to his reading. We can investigate. We can finish the investigation or something. Yeah, that is what I assumed at first. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be the trash room because I thought maybe there was something that had been thrown away. Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Don't make me say it again. Are you gonna let me in here now? Huh? If I remember, on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Why wouldn't you let me in to begin with, motherfucker? His new nickname is about to just be motherfucker, because I think I've called him that more often than I have anything else this time. Oh, here?
Let's go.
He is. I love him so much, but he is a shit. I like that Makoto just straight up was told go into the archives and went, oh, in here? What other archives do you see, Makoto? It'll all make sense once you're inside. Oh, holy shit, I want to put a bed in there and just live in there. His hair does look fluffy. Whoa, there's so many books and files. And so much dust, too.
So, in other words,
I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. Did you set up the little lamp in here, Mr. Krabs? Did you need to, like, curl up under it like some kind of little gremlin creature and read your book so that it had enough light? Light? There's so many files stuffed onto the shelf. What's in all these things? Look in them, Makoto.
That's enough.
Those documents are dangerous. How dare you tell us to go in here and that we would understand and then immediately tell us the documents are dangerous? You better let us read those. Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. Mr. Krabs. I kinda wanna slap you. You mean like members of the Diet or something? Does Mr. Krabs call us an idiot immediately after this? Because I feel like he should. Yeah, if he were to... The moment he says, no, those are dangerous, I'm like, you better fucking let me read it. You can't tell me that. If you tell me it's like the most boring shit ever, I'm more likely to put it back on the shelf than if you say, oh, no, that's dangerous, don't read that. No, I mean, the ones with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There's some very interesting people in there. What the fuck? I think Sushi has finally wiggled her way out from underneath my bed sheet. Because she was running around under it. Not sure how she wiggled her way under it, but she did. You're kidding, right? Am I? I don't know, are you? You dumb mother... Trying not to spend the entire stream cussing like a sailor. It'll probably happen anyways. But I think this is just going to be the stream where Makoto is a complete idiot. And Yakuya is... well, Yakuya. Yes, Makoto is a bit of a dumbass and a bit of a coward. And when you mix them together, you don't find out who's controlling the entire world behind the scenes. We're inside of a school where there's a good chance we'll get murdered anyways. Why not read it? Hey, where's the security camera in here? Yeah, I don't see a security camera. Oh, there it is. I was starting to think that he had actually brought us in here to kill us. I'm starting to think the whole investigation thing was a lie. Who's gonna stop you from taking them to... Yeah, who's gonna stop us from, like, just jointing them and running? I mean, Monokuma might actually kill us for that. Yeah, YOLO. If you pay attention to your surroundings, you're sure to discover the value for yourself. I don't know, you wouldn't let me read the fucking thing that I had touched. They reveal the ones with real power, the secret council controlling everything from the shadows. They detail the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. Yeah. Well, are you going to look? For now, I think I'd rather not. Yep. Here, I'll try this one. There's a ton of thick files stuffed onto the bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. I don't know, depending on the files, that might be useful, because if there's a Genocide Jack one in there... Oh my fuck, I just read the line. Huh? What do you mean? What the fuck do you think he means? Deep breath. Okay, continuing on. I can believe it, because I think I've said, huh? Reading his lines more now than I have in, like, several visual novels. Which is saying something. Oh, shit. Oh, I got sidetracked. I'm trying to run through an event that's ending in a couple of hours on one of my mobile games. So I got... and I completely forgot. It really would. All those files are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. If they're internal documents for police eyes only, why are they in the archives of a murder school? Like, did they just decide to store extra documents there during the time that the school was shut down? Oh? I'm going to assume each one of the shelves is a different thing. The shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file. Yeah, no, we don't. He just got lucky. Yeah, good point. But it's still a strange thing to keep in the archives that you can easily get access to. Feels like something that will be kept under lock and key. Huh?
That's right.
What? That's the report of a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? Yeah. You can't tell me that and then think I'm gonna put it down. Makoto's gonna put it down, isn't he? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Like, I don't care whose crosshairs I end up in. I want to know this kind of shit. Without making a sound, I return the file to the shelf. Yeah, Monokuma's not gonna let some outsiders in to murder us. So long as this fucking school year is going, I am safe when I read those things. I can figure out what to do about the fact that somebody might kill me later. Like, I doubt that the security footage in here is going to be leaked at any point, because then that would, you know... Yeah, that could be a future me problem. And by that point, I'll probably be so traumatized it won't matter. I don't think I've checked that bookshelf. Maybe I have. Yeah, I have. I'm going to talk to you again, because, like... Because, like, I've checked the bookshelf. Maybe if I try this one. No. The thing is, the cold case. Is this a different thing from the other bookshelf?
That's right.
It's not. Mr. Krabs, I am about to become a whiny little bitch, and that will be your problem. I feel like the cold cases one would be the... Yeah, yeah. How do you know what all these are about? Were you reading them? Are you not concerned about that kind of stuff? Because I bet there's families much more powerful than you that you now know things about. Um, Honestly, I feel like the cold case files would be the best option there. Fuck it, I'm going to investigate the surveillance camera. Will this take me to a bookshelf, or will this take me to the lamp? Oh, hallelujah. Huh? It's a desk lamp. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. That's all I got out of that? Is this going to lead me back to the bookshelf? He is very protective over that lamp. Like, he fell in love with that lamp while reading under it or something. Yep, that'll take me back to that one. How? What am I not clicking on that I need to be clicking on? Or did he just want me to look at the fucking lamp before he told me anything? No? I feel like this is going to still go back to that same bookshelf, but I'm going to try to click on the, I could have sworn I already clicked on that box and it took me to the shelf. There's a wooden box. It's empty. Just like our heads. Although, judging by the smudges in the dust, it looks like there was something inside. I wonder what it was. Well, it looks like it might have been the extension cord. Why was it in a wooden box? Why wasn't it in one like millions of cardboard boxes that's probably in this place? There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? What? Hold on, it's yelling at me about my battery. Okay, there we go. The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here. Yep. Makoto hasn't read anything. For every single thing Makoto has taken as like taken that warning to heart and just like put it back.
Interesting.
home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? Actually, yeah, it kind of is, because I would love to get my hands on some of that stuff. Yeah, true. At least he warned them instead of just, like, letting him read it and then going, well, you want to die now. This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your perceived reality, you label it as lie. Well, it's not that, it's just... It's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but... There's just so much. How could anyone have put all this together? Yeah, it's true. It's not his fault Makoto's a coward. I suppose it just goes to show how much hope Pete truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. Or inspiration for murders. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? Still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible. Maybe because he's been reading them and is witnessing them, Makoto. You should try it. What do you mean usually? Usually? Normal. Ordinary. Simple. Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. You might want to tell that to a couple of characters. Yeah, I don't want to find out that pretty much all libraries have archives. Yeah, he might would just like explode. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? What makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? Yeah, my hero would totally fight Byakuya on that. The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, so there is no doubt. Mr. Krabs, unless you've memorized, like, everything that Mike could possibly give you, like, give you a hint that these are official, real documents, how do you know this just from reviewing them? Hold on a second, you're saying you've read all these documents? And more than once? Makoto, what did you think he was doing in here? I mean, he spent, like, days locked in here. He's probably read every single one of the books in this library. Including the archives, obviously. But all this has to be, like, top secret confidential stuff, right? So why... My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. I like that he points out that his home reading area like this is not as dusty. Yeah, I want to break into his house just to experience his reading room. Huh? Members of the Tagami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So, in other words...
I already told you. There's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. Of course of course the Tadamis are. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world, backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Of course, I'm sorry. I love Byakuya, but of course he's the kid sitting in the corner, like reading the fucking like police only files for horrible crimes and like presidential assassination things and that kind of stuff. Of course he is. This is beyond believing or not believing. Byakuya is actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. And what always interested me the most were the cold case police investigation reports, of course. Yeah, we should. I don't think they both come out of it because one of them would annoy the other to the point of murder. Reading through those reports have always been a hobby of mine ever since I was little. My dude, I have seen some crime scene photos. Would not recommend reading them as a child. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. I was going to make a note about Byakuya reading reports like that as a kid, but I don't think it'll play into the case. I think this is just like a fun fact about him to get to the reason why he is so sure about Genocide Jack and Toko. And among those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case. Of course it is. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf. Yeah. Most of the time you should go looking for your kids if they get too quiet for too long. In Byakuya, you just like walk over to the weird fucked up crime section of your personal library, and there you go.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there's so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. Okay. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Where's the pen? Because I am betting that the core is the extension cord. Which still does not make him look any less like a murderer. Bloodlust is written in blood, and the victim's body is suspended. That's exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro. Makoto, why is this a revelation to you? Like, everybody has mentioned that this is Genocide Jack's MO. Save your surprise. The best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about that particular fact were members of the police and other higher-ups. Hold on, I'm processing that because that's kind of like a major thing about an MO. And that, like, positions of bodies is something that's often not very easy to keep out of, like, the news and stuff. Especially if it's, like, that big of a thing. Like, if a killer, like, always folds their victim's hands over their chest or something, you can probably keep that out of the news and out of the public eye. But something as big as stringing somebody up, that's kind of hard to keep quiet. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Can you not call it that? Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, like, I am aware that, like, mounting is, like, in this case is referring to, like, putting something up decoratively, I guess you would call it. But still, phrasing. Her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. So, how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
Oh my god. Yeah, no wonder these killing games can keep happening. Like, the media's got to be oblivious. Because, like I said, like with the example of, like, the hands, that's something that, you know, is going to get overlooked if you're interviewing somebody who has, like, found a body. Because you're not going to think that's weird. So, it's probably not going to be mentioned in any interviews, so it wouldn't get out. But, like, if I walk around a corner and there's somebody tied up like that, that is one of the first things I'm saying when they're asking me, oh, so what did you see when you rounded the corner? Yeah, no, there's no way that part of the MO could possibly stay, like, out of the media's eye. Unless you have really incompetent media. That's the key question. But, in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So, in other words,
The culprit isn't a copycat killer, it's the real Genocide Jack. Yeah. I don't even know how to vocalize this, this surprise there. This is why I said phrasing.
in other words,
That right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is such a brutal, fiendish killer, really is walking around among us?
interesting.
Mm-hmm. Things really are starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Yeah. Toko definitely sus. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
Say no more. I will get down on my knees and beg. I mean, if you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. They reveal the ones with real power, the secret council controlling everything from the shadows. They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. Well, are you going to look? You. I'm assuming the only ones we can look through are the cold case ones, because that's the one with the Genocide Jack file. I didn't read that line. Oh well. All those files are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents, for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. They're filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. I thought we were going to, like, actually look through this thing, but apparently not. I'm going to have to beg him. Yeah, about that Genocide Jack case file. Could you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. No, you should totally make a beg. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Yokio handed me the file, and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly my hand stopped. I had reached the page where the photos from the scene of the crime had all been collected. Hey, look! Scissors! I feel like a very important thing that has been left out of the MO for Genocide Jack is all the fucking scissors. The names of Genocide Jack's victims ran on for several pages. Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Ise, 14. Takashi Yoshida, 30. Komasu Natara, Takefumi Gono, Uchida Naohisa, Takashi Masamune, Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it. But one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All the killer's countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. Yeah, Genocide Jack definitely been busy. I will say that this is like a very wide age range and a very wide, like, victim type. Although it does say for both of the ones where you can see where the murder took place, they take place in their in the parking lot of the victim's apartment complex. Which also would be considered part of the MO if it's happening on multiple ones, especially consistently. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodless was left written in the victim's own blood. Now take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page, yes, Makoto, those things that you are flipping to look at all the victims are called pages. Profiling results. All the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder. I am fascinated as to how that was the immediate conclusion, and not the suspect realizing that they had in fact killed somebody, again, panicking because they don't want to get caught and stick around for long enough to get caught and then running. I mean, like, that just seems to be a very massive leap in logic. I doubt it would be incorrect, considering that would be what was needed for this file to make sense, but it's a very large leap.
So, in other words,
The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. A split personality? Like the kind of thing you see on TV? Oh, honey. You live in your own little bubble, don't you? So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. Hold on a second. Alright. So this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up till now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb. Alright. So, student leaves the crime scene in a panic. But we're missing an important thing, which is how the murders start. Come on. So, like, okay, it's becoming, like, very obvious that Toko's Genocide Jack. But my question is, how is she... So Genocide Jack would obviously be the one taking over after she passes out from seeing blood, but why is she attacking them in the first place to see the blood and pass out? Or does she just, like, occasionally pass out and Genocide Jack takes over anyways? Like, the way that it's set up, it seems like she would have to somehow... Maybe? I guess it would depend on, I guess it would depend on how often... Oh, sweet, I finally hit the point marker on the mobile game. And I think this thing's going down for maintenance in like an hour. Where was I? Oh yeah. It would depend on like how often these murders are happening. Because if it's on a fairly regular basis that would coincide with that kind of thing, I could see it happening. Although it does seem it. I don't know how often you would see that. You would see a. I don't know. If she's not paying attention, I get. The thing is, I feel like for the sake of the story, if that were the case, then she'd probably also be regular enough to, like, be able to know when things are coming. And if you're that afraid of blood, you would probably keep track of that thing, like, religiously. But it does also happen a lot on holidays. Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we? Mr. Krabs is like, okay, I'm done being in this room where there's a lot of confidential information with an idiot. Wait, Byakuya! Yeah, I want to read. I want to sit there and read everything in there. As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. The thing is, Byakuya doesn't seem like the type to go running from anywhere, which means that Makoto is consistently just staring at his back as he's walking away and then going, oh shit, I need to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that?
I don't have time to play with you.
Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together this whole time? Well, take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
Oh, true. He probably does do the business walk, doesn't he? Well, goodbye. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he asked me to join him, he cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. I am a-okay with that. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack, he's the one that killed Chihiro, and that murderous fiend is one of us. But, Makoto, you have been given the answer. But who was it? I have to find that out, no matter what it takes. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room, too. Makoto is Byakuya's squeaky toy. Yeah! Byakuya did the equivalent of, picking him up, squeezing him until he got the entertainment that he needed out of him, and then just, tossed him. And the others might have come up with info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to figure out everything I can. So, yeah, I'll mention this after the trial is over. Back to the crime scene. Crime scene was this way? Yeah, this way. Oh, hi there, Hifumi. Ding ding ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit. Another stat increase for me. Evidence? What did you find? I cannot reveal that just yet. Then why bother telling us? But I guarantee what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Are you sure about that? Oh yeah, Miss Ludenberg says she witnessed something worthwhile too. Dude. Really? What did she see? She refused to tell me. It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes. Right? Right? My dude, I think you've written too much fan fiction in your life. Touch back to reality. Yeah, he's definitely coping. Okay, so where's Celeste now? The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there. What's it gonna be? Alright, so we're going to investigate the boys. Yeah, he's trying. Oh. Interesting. Huh, this poster. It's probably a boy band called Tornado. The one with the, blue-green hair in the middle has an adorable, hair and face design. fit in the boys' locker room? Oh yeah, the like pinup poster was in the girls' locker room, and the boy band one is in the boys' locker. Like that's an interesting switcheroo there. Mm, what? There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Wait a second. I I don't know. Did somebody? Because like that's not the color of the blood in this game. That's like the exact same place that it is on the that it is in the girls' locker room, isn't it? Yeah. Well, almost. Um. Hmm. I mean, true. There's not any rules against it yet. Hey Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation? Generally speaking.
However,
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation. Dude, she's probably gotta pee. Leave her alone. What is it?
well,
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But
so then,
Virgo, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time. Thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. And off she goes. That would have been a hilarious, hilarious addition there. It's like, whoever can solve that, you're free. But then Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing? That's definitely worth worrying about. I'm assuming this is the part where we find out the secret. Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. Well, I'd better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up in a kind of crucifix position. Huh? Makoto, this rope has a plug? It's the missing extension cord, you bitch. Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. The more I think about it, that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was the blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right, there's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first I didn't see any reason to think too much about either. What? What do you mean? Those are like key parts of the murder. But seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack file, there's something not quite right. What does this all mean? Well, the one thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. Huh? I figured that out. There's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, it might help to look at the Genocide Jack case file one more time. So, okay. I do have a note over here that's like Chihiro was surprised by someone coming into the locker room and fell rather than like somebody picking up the dumbbell and swinging it. And then, because that would explain how you'd accidentally end up with blood if it was Toko that like surprised Chihiro. And then, you know, pretty obvious what would happen from there. But at the same time, there's like there's like blood spatter up here, which I don't think you'd get from a fall. Anyways, let's go back to the library. Oh, there's still one more thing I need to check. What? This? This? The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood. Just like all those other Genocide Jack cases. At every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. Yeah, like basically. That's what it kind of would feel like. It's the bloodstained fuck. Yeah, oh yeah, I should probably check with them. It's the bloodstained poster. The blood is the most noteworthy part, but the big breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. I would fucking hope so, since the blood splatter is only on her face. A girl's locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this. Oh wait, that does remind me. The poster in the other locker room is... That's right, there's definitely something strange about this. But wait, that would mean that the posters got switched like way earlier, because that was the one in here earlier when we were investigating. No, it was in the... Oh fuck, okay. It was originally in the boys' locker room, wasn't it? Because that was the only one we could investigate at the moment. I didn't even think about it. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? I need to make a note for this, because I don't know how it's connected, but I'm assuming it's connected. I'll just, like, make it over here and not connect it to anything yet. Okay, but if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? So that you wouldn't know that Chihiro was murdered in the boys' locker room. And then brought over here. I'm assuming that dumbbell is from the boys' locker room. Oh, I gotta like draw a weird legal line around everything to get through this. Okay. Okay, there we go. Notes have been made. Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little more about the locker rooms. Of course, Sakura and Hina would. But who would have been using the men's locker room? spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay, then let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker room could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, can't really say. I never paid any attention to the posters. Just like one of those ones on wheels, just like dragging it along behind, all of the clues like sporadically written across it. I see.
However,
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, oh, it's a. Hold on. I gotta make more notes. Is that a rug? I've done forgot what word it was. Okay, so it's a. Yeah, that's why he has to keep running after Byakuya because he's dragging around a whole whiteboard. Okay. So, Chihiro was killed in the boys' locker room. Because the rugs were switched and the posters were switched. I gotta write this down somewhere. Yeah, sure, just way over here. Come on, shoot me up the line. I'm gonna draw an arrow there. Let's see. The thing is, if Chihiro was killed in the boys' locker room, that's actually ruling out. That would actually, in theory, rule out Toko unless she took Leon's nail broken handbook. I have like wiggled myself into a corner with my lines. Hold on, I gotta find a way from Leon. There we go. I mean, I can. Oh, hello. Yeah, I can take a picture of my notes, but it has immediately devolved into chaos. Like there's lines everywhere now. Okay. Alright. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising, which would explain the coffee stain on the rug if it was in the girls' locker room, but that means that the rugs have been switched and the posters have been switched. So that all the blood spatter looks like it's in the girls. We have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the best quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I'm not gonna lie, that seems like a strange drink, but I also don't drink protein drinks, so maybe it's not a strange drink to have after exercising. But are you supposed to drink protein stuff before or after you exercise? And it's oh, I thought it was like an actual protein coffee that they just happen to be carrying. No. She just mixes protein powder in the coffee. And down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the carpet now. Okay, so we've realized this. How long do you think it'll take Makoto?
Of course.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. Nope. They most certainly did not. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain to begin with. Oh, yeah. Am I going to sit here and basically berate Makoto over and over for not figuring this out? Alright, disappearing stain has been added. I'm going to talk to you again, because maybe you used the boys' locker room. You had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it all. I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said it more than once. He really is saving that brain cell, because, like, ooh. I can understand why Byakuya just, like, went, you know what? You're on your own now. He had to spoon feed him everything else. Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't that strong. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. You're the one who said it. Okay. Here's complex. Where did it come from? Oh, I know where it came from. I'm just waiting for the Alright, so I've talked to both of them. I need to go to the warehouse and back to the archives. Yeah, he is for sure thinking that it was just a fluke that Makoto was competent. Let's see if investigating this time, like, lets Makoto figure it out. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Makoto. Granted, I have, like, training and I have training in this kind of thing, but, like, Makoto, you cannot be that dense. You can look at that and tell that that's coffee. Well, off to the archives. Yeah, I'll start at the archives and then go to the warehouse because I feel like that'll be the easiest thing for me to not go running back and forth. Did he put the lamp back after we got done in there? There's a thick layer of dust on top of the desk. Maybe there's some kind of clue here. I guess not. I worry about him. Let's see. There's the wooden box that the extension cord was in. The wooden box is empty. The extension cord was in there before. Wait, so there's two lamps. What? Hold on. I'm trying to comprehend the sentence. Byakuya grabbed that one thing from over here and put it over there. It sure is dark over there. Let's see. I want to take another look at Genocide Jack's case file. I know it was around here somewhere. Huh? It's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? Probably, if they think you're onto them. But But the only one who would do something like that, I can't think of anybody but Yapia. Yeah, I think whoever did that one was a bit out of it. Well, I'm still trying to like connect things, you know? Because everything was swapped around from the girls' locker room to swapped around from the boys' locker room to the girls' locker room. But but unless the swap happened before Genocide Jack found the body, there's no real, like, I can't think of any reason Toko would go into the boys' locker room. So it's, what? Yeah, there is one that knows intimate details about the case, who has done his best to act suspicious from the beginning. I'm trying to, like, there. Huh? The lamp won't turn on. Yeah, you idiot, because it's not plugged in anymore. Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. But last time I saw it, it was definitely on, and it was definitely right there. Extension cord, Makoto. Extension cord. Oh, that's right. Yakio was using an extension cord. But there's no extension cord here now. I wonder if... Okay, good job. We have figured that out. Hold on, I need to make another note. That note's done. Almost dropped the marker. Okay, so... warehouse. Huh? Okay. Oh, Hina's over there. Hina, we can ask Hina about the posters, because, like, I mean, we know that they've been switched, but Makoto's still not sure. I'm going to go ask Hina first, and then I'm going to return to Celeste, because I feel like Celeste is going to be important. I mean, not saying that Hina's and Sakura's was not, but... Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing? Same as before. She won't come out, and she keeps on mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. Jeez. You left her? My head was all swimmy, and I was getting pretty hungry. Oh, but don't worry. I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating? A donut, of course. Of course. There's two things I'm sure God created. Outer space and donuts. She's so adorable. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. I'm not a big fan of donuts. They're too sweet for me. I should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with? Us. That one time.
Well,
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused. Yep, that is true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. I will say that when I do eat donuts on a rare occasion, I do like ones that involve chocolate. Was she just shy? I don't know. She talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy about your own sex, but totally fine with the opposite sex? Oh, Hina. Hina, Hina, Hina. Do they have quick trips around me? I don't know if they do. I don't venture very far. But if I pass by one, I may have to get one just to, like, try it out. Oh, wait, maybe. Maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? Yeah, sweet, innocent, sheltered Tina. You think so? I really never saw her as that kind of girl. Alright, so Neo to Celeste, who I have a feeling is going to give us information about that missing handbook. Oh, hello there. You're looking suspiciously normal, to be perfectly honest. Celeste, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food, clothes, towels, there's an endless supply to choose from. I see that, but have you found anything related to the case?
most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. Thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. Then, did you find something? Very well, I will tell you, and only you.
Actually,
Last night, I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. What? Really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
Hmm? What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just.
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Chihiro, you're holding a gym bag with exercise clothes spilling out of it.
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
It is. I guess it was done to, like, be able to better show the texture.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have ever happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. Jeez, that... Okay, that was a bit harsh. Yeah, no one's followed this thing. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying. Yeah, the nighttime rule didn't even last like 2 days. You're right. Like, who was it that was in the dining hall that night for the first murder? It was Sakura and Hino, wasn't it? Like, they were already in there. So they were immediately breaking it. And now Chihiro is going to exercise. Which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. Celeste account. Woo! Wait, is it time for the trial already?
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in? It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The class trial. You remember where to meet, right?
Of
Please
course we
go
do.
through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
I feel like the clothes and bag are going to be an important thing though. And I know where they're most likely to be. But since we gotta go to the thing, that's the thing. I still don't know who. Begin the class trial or it's about to begin. I mean, the clothes and bag are going to be in the boys' locker room. Chihiro doesn't go with anybody to the girls' locker room even when invited because, not a girl. But who's... Yeah, either way, someone else is going to die. Who was it that... Chihiro would have been killed in the boys' locker room and then moved. So the thing is, who would have gone into the boys' locker room to kill Chihiro? Because at this point, with the evidence that I have, it doesn't seem like Genocide Jack was the one to actually kill, just find the body. Maybe they were already in the locker room, true, but who would have been in the locker room that late at night? Unless somebody was doing some weird shit. Which, kind of, with the weird shit just explains Toko. The e-handbooks. I'm betting the e-handbooks log when somebody goes into the locker room, and that's why Leon's is turned off. Or broken. This will be interesting. Because I'm still leaning towards Toko and it not being entirely murder. Anyways, let's continue on. The red door is right through here. Do I have to go to it immediately or can I go to the locker room? Will it let... I'm gonna see if it'll let me go to the locker room and see if the bag's in there. It won't. Oh well. I was expecting someone to pop up. I just wasn't expecting it to be Monokuma. So it's everyone ready to... What? Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here. And Toko is, You really don't remember? Kidding, I'm kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie. I'll go ahead and drag her out here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. I kind of want to see that happening. And just like he said, a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe he would drag a girl around. Terrible. You're terrible. Yeah. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then. Hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. It was basically just wrong place, wrong time, I'm guessing. Someone made a choice to kill a girl like that. And that murder is one of us. Someone's standing right here. Hey, Toko. You still freaking out? Yep, you're still freaking out. Yeah, someone might have been desperate about the secret. Gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. Man, he has so much confidence in Makoto. Like, he is so sure that this brain cell is going to work right when we need it to. We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
True.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions, couldn't stop speculating. So, I'm guessing Toko's secret is Genocide Jack. Chihiro's would have been that Chihiro's not a girl. But what are the other secrets? That's what I want to know. I want to know what everybody's secret was. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Until finally came to a sudden stop. What do you think? I redecorated it. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Oh. I think both of my hips popped while I was moving around. Apparently I sat too still for too long. Good. You're raring to go. Got to say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay, then let's get this show on the road.
chills.
Everyone, please find your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial. Do you think you could say deadly a few more times, Makoto? Yeah, I'm gonna save. There we go. It was not letting me switch over. What skills do I even have? Yeah, he needs a thesaurus. Wait, I read that and then forgot what it was. A tentative influence. Attentive influence? Increases the influence gauge by 2, effective during the class trial, costs 2 SP. Melodious voice. Increases damage to opponent when a statement is destroyed. Effective during the bullet time battle. Costs 3 SP. I thought it said that oh, vocabulary. Increases bullet capacity. Effective during the bullet time battle. Costs 4 SP. Yeah, sure. Already equipped. Can I equip more than one? Oh, I can. How many can I equip total? I'm just gonna... Okay, here we go. Okay, so... I don't... Oh, okay. So... I'm just real quick going over these. So we never did bother finding out where Chihiro's handbook was, huh? Sure, we'll finish preparations and go.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
First, we have to make it clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound. According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
Well, not really. I wonder how many times I'll fail this just because I'm...
Chihiro's
I mean...
It appears it
Yeah.
was a head wound. According
Yeah.
to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe. Interesting.
Why was that moving so fast?
Makes for a powerful weapon.
The weapon had to be at the scene of the crime. There was something with a blood stain on it. Yeah, I didn't realize this line was gonna move as fast as it did.
It appears it was a head wound. According to the Monokuma
Yeah,
file,
don't,
the killer
Taka,
used
please
the
don't listen to
fatal
her.
instrument. But what
I
kind
promise I
of
have a better
instrument
answer.
could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe.
No,
I didn't think I was gonna get that one either.
can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Oh, it's kind of a necessary part of an investigation.
That's so creepy!
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit.
I don't know, I think we need to move on to discussion of the crime scene.
Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
I like that he says that and then gives no indication as to who Genocide Jack is. Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? Makoto. How are you not the one who's been a victim yet? A new element has been added to non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Your truth bullets will disappear if they hit these lines, so think of them as obstacles in your debate. But there's a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way. Press the right mouse button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. However, if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer instead of the white noise, the time limit will decrease, so take careful aim when you have your silencer out. Okay then. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. In which case, you can forget about the silencer and just focus on the situation in front of you. Well then, good luck, and have fun.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Is it really?
What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong! I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library.
No, I feel like you should tell the truth. Byakuya led you, like, hand in hand to this file and basically read it to you.
I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
Putting that together isn't all that weird. It's the library having it. That's the weird part there.
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth, so let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, There appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Yeah, he did. He showed off the file like it was an art project.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Fumi. What?
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
Do I have to? You seem to be doing a perfectly good job of, like, reading this out like it is for, like, your personal art project. If I'm not mistaken, it has to do with the positioning of the body.
I got it! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Mr. Krabs doesn't only refer to us by our last name. Like, it just seems like something he'd do.
Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
And, you know, Byakuya, who has access to the files anyways.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
Hifumi, are you okay? That's a hell of a reaction there.
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has like bloodophobia or whatever. Remember? What kind of serial
Hemophobia?
blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle? Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
It's a riddle for sure, but I feel like I understand it. What it means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also not to be Toko. The answer is that she's not just one person, but multiple people, right? Oh, fuck. What? Hold on. I do not remember how to play this part. No, wait, hold on. I like actually don't remember how to play this part. There's so many S's.
Now I understand.
Well, that was an interesting one there.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a
What does
split
that have to do
personality?
with schizo? Because that... Does it... What? That's why it confused me so much, because that's what it looked like it was going to be, and then I was like, no, because that doesn't... That's not split personality.
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
Did you not see her? Oh wait, was he in the room when she passed out and popped up as like an entirely different person? I don't know if he was in the room then.
Perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that got a point there. The one thing that shows Toko could have a split personality. It has to do with her behavior. Her behavior changed.
I got it! You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
Yes, very good, Makoto.
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead? True. But like, to be fair, even I, back in 2010, before I even started studying psychology, knew that there was a difference between those two. Ah, put to sleep. I'm not even going to try to repeat this laugh. She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back, a top ending and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies. That is quite concerning. Oh, he was here! That is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I think it's more that she was scared of Genocide Jack killing again. Won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll drive out the killer, drive out the murder fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in.
Oh, well, hello. Hi there.
It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
How are you? How was your stream?
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
Ah.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
Oh, that's... I will probably have the same reaction when I play it.
I do believe you misunderstood her.
Come here, Sushi. Into the sling you go. Ah, look, I was real attached to Chihiro. I'm still not handling this one well.
What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Aww.
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time.
Wait, so that means that she preemptively told her, like, darkest secret to somebody.
And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
Right. Good night.
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Byakuya would be the worst person to tell your deepest, darkest secret to, because, like, one, he's not gonna care about you. Two, if it benefits him, he is for sure telling everybody else.
This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale.
Oh yeah, she was like, she was already hardcore crushing on him before the motivation. Wait, did she think telling him was gonna, like, get him to help her and then they could fall in love, like, in some romantic story? Like, all of this screams bad idea. Don't go to Mr. Krabs with this information.
Besides, you broke your promise first.
He has a point.
You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise,
The way he says in spite of that promise. Damn. Oh, hiccup. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again.
You said if I kept my promise, you'd go out with me.
You believe that, Toko? Jeez.
That's the only reason I promised.
Toko. Like, honey.
how many times do I have to tell you? I never said that.
Man, she has built up a whole story and a half.
But you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I don't think Monokuma's going to have to dole out any punishment. He's going to murder her with words.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person?
Is he fixing to just like whip out some blood and pull out Genocide Jack?
You don't mean...
I don't know. She might go for an enemies to lovers stance there. Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom, but in the next second, oh, that's a tongue and a half. Damn.
You were hoping to see.
What the heck?
So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
Is that tongue just always in Toko's mouth? Like, does she roll it up in order to keep it in there?
What the fuck is this? Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko. That's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
Oh, they did.
Intense.
She is rather intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
I do like her though.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know.
I like that sprite. That sprite is just funky. I like it.
Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie.
Wait, shouldn't that be flipped around? How in the depths of every lie there's a little truth?
Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
This is the murderous fiend Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What are you going to ask, Hifumi?
What's up?
Oh, that's adorable. I love that smile.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds!
13 inches? What the fuck? How does she... Does it like... work like a dog's tongue where she can just like wrap it around things?
Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Makoto.
Of course it's not true. How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid? And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless. I mean, they just let this idiotic bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town.
I would love to.
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people.
I don't think that's yeah, sure, life is pain. Whatever, that works. To live is to hurt other people. I don't think that's how that's supposed to go, but
It's a
okay.
necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
There's something wrong with her and I'm all here for it. So am I.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
But that still doesn't answer the question of murder location.
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Yeah. Her VA is awesome.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster.
Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. Well, she said, I need to get some more details about all of this.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you
Dang,
really expect
okay.
any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need?
Quite a bit, actually.
Give it up. You killed her.
Okay, so that's the entire thing. I think what I'm going to do from this point forward is just let it play through one time so that I can hear the whole thing. And then worry about catching it the next time. Okay, I just have to focus on remembering Chihiro's body. That must have the answer. That should prove that what he said isn't quite right.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you
I still
really
need to miss it.
expect any of us to believe
That's
it?
literally the only,
Perhaps if you had
like,
an alibi,
it does not even give us the option for anything else.
Alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
Oh wait,
What more
that one.
proof
Ah, fuck.
do we need?
Okay.
Give it up.
So it'll be the modus operandi. Emma, I hated having to say modus operandi in class. So I'm just gonna stick to Emma.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that.
Would it
Do you
be?
really expect any of us to believe it?
perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
No, it's wrong.
It doesn't because there's no scissors involved. The scissors that
But the methods of
I really
murder
was
are
onto
exactly
something when
the
I like so
same.
desperately wanted to
I'm
give
not
her
so sure
scissors,
about
huh?
that.
Are the methods of murder really the exact same? I'm not so sure about
I
that.
think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
I just took one look at Toko and went, this bitch needs some scissors in her hand.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion
I
and
don't know if that's a
passion.
good thing or a bad thing.
I consider myself a The noodles, the sauce, everything.
I never thought I'd see the day where murder methods were compared to an Italian restaurant. But here I am.
But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee.
You know, that's... I don't know how I feel about the fact that this comparison is actually pretty accurate there.
This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
I'm still leaning towards, like, somebody stumbling upon Chihiro in the locker room, and but like, if it's not Genocide Jill, Genocide Jack, whichever one you would like to call her, I'll just go with Genocide Jill since that's the one she said. But yeah, that's also a good comparison, like, in a fucked up way. But, like, I'm trying to figure out if it wasn't Genocide Jill that found the body and strung it up, then that would imply that the only other person who knows about the intimate details of this case, the cases, would have done it, which would mean that Byakuya, at the very least, strung up the body. But I don't... And he's spending an awful lot of time trying to pin this on Toko. Which, I mean, it does make sense, but still. There's one clear difference between the murders. The photos... Oh, there's a hiccup. The photos from the other Genocide Jack cases, look at the neck and stomach. Here you'll see a clear difference. Hello, my dear little sushi.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different.
Ah, sorry, I just definitely whacked the mic.
In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors.
Makoto, can you count? Because that's several pairs of scissors.
But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
I mean, does Toko have access to a bunch of pairs of scissors in here? Because if not, she would need to improvise.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
No, I think this is the best comparison that you could offer. Yeah, true.
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
Oh, I did not read that line. In the photos of the other Genocide Jack cases, all the other victims were stabbed through their hands. Here you'll see a clear difference. What was used to suspend her?
Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her?
Yeah, that's a good question. Where, like, did she just, like, buy scissors in bulk and... Why is she carrying... Why is she carrying around so many pairs of scissors on a regular basis anyways?
They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
You're right. So this does eventually circle around back to being a copycat, huh? Because our source for it being for sure a real Genocide Jack murder was that Mr. Krabs was so adamant about it.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement.
Jill, honey, like, you realize that there are receipts. It's actually a wonder you were never caught. Yeah, that is some dedication.
I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
That would. I assume that would be that all of the, Ow. Okay, I'm confused. I'm assuming that it would be that all of the victims are male, and, you know, found in the parking lots of their apartment buildings.
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see. There was a pattern surrounding the Genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it. If you look at the names of every victim, what you'll notice is... I think I figured it out! I know why she couldn't have killed Chihiro. I love these two options. I know they're wrong, but I love them.
I got it! Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Yeah, that's an AU and a half.
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Ise, 14. Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Jeez. Gotta read off the whole list of names. Okay. Komasu Taro. Takefumi Gono. Uchina Naohira. Takashi Masamune. Yuto Yumijima. There was no end to it.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I killed with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men!
I don't know how to tell you this, Genocide Jill, but that actually doesn't rule you out anymore. With specifically the description, adorable little men.
I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
Are you really? Because you don't look embarrassed.
The hell is wrong with you?
Well.
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it!
She's a Fujo?
But now
Oh, wait. Wait, didn't Hifumi ask her if she was into boy on boy and she like did not answer?
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
I'm sorry, but how do you feel? How do you think that 30-year-old would have felt knowing that this like teenage girl is referring to him as an adorable little man? Mondo, do you really need to ask the serial killer what's wrong with him? Yeah, I feel like that's kind of that was an interesting choice for him.
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there
Yeah,
is to it.
the cooking analogies are real, and they're like so on point that if you asked me to try to come up with a better one, there would be no better one. Although this does bring up the question: was she crushing on Mr. Krabs, or was she shipping him with someone?
It's a different matter entirely when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Lolly car!
Jeez.
Slowly,
We about to have a murder in the courtroom because Byakuya gonna smack a bitch.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival.
Yeah, obviously you gotta go for the deeper reason. The fun of it.
And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect.
Not wrong.
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors.
Still can't believe I looked at her and went, you know what? I want to give her scissors because she looks like she needs them. And then didn't even get a good response from her.
Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class, envy of the entire world scissors.
I'm actually surprised she put her tongue back in her mouth to bite her thumb.
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
No, I am very much not sure about that, ma'am. Oh, okay.
She's fully equipped!
She is indeed.
That's right, so I can kill anywhere, anytime. Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side?
Fair point.
Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong, you candy gutter dogs, all of you. Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
This man is about to have a breakdown because every one of his morals is getting smashed in this single conversation.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Dun dun dun. Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases. Where is he? There you are.
Here's my answer.
Yeah.
Byakuya, it's possible you could have found
I'm
it, isn't it?
I'm not actually going to lose Byakuya in this trial, am I? I mean, everything does point to him. Yeah, he can't just lecture a serial killer into not killing. That's not how that's gonna work, but I mean, he can try. I will let him talk his little heart out. I don't know, am I?
You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you've already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Did he do it, or is he protecting someone for some reason? I mean, I don't think he'd protect someone. But
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire.
Toko? Well, Genocide Jill?
Well, Byakuya, what's your response? I see. So now the suspicion falls on me.
I love that it looks like Celeste is just staring someone down across from her. Like, not even staring, not even staring Mr. Krabs down.
Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Immediately.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
Oh, and the locker rooms, they're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree? Huh? Suspicious? Seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy,
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say?
I feel so much like this game is trying to mislead us with Mr. Krabs, because, like, he's been so suspicious the entire time, and I feel like they won't make it that easy. But that might also be personal bias, because I do not want to lose him this quickly. Celeste is still over there just staring us down.
The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
I mean, you got a point. Well,
on the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
I don't know if I could say anything with him staring down at me like that. Like, I might just be like, you know what, never mind, you're right. We're all gonna die today, but you're right. There's a clear contradiction in what Byakuya just said. I need to make it clear to everyone. A new element has been added to the non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Yeah. Celeste is a gem. I love her. Next, we're going to add something called a truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the left mouse button, then you'll memorize that weak point. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your truth cylinder. However, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a... Wow, my brain did not process that sentence. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. When's the best time to flashback? Well, You'll just have to use your keen wits, won't you? In this case, though, I will say if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Oh, hiccup. Well then, good luck, and have fun.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
He's not a pervert like you, Hifumi.
That's a natural reaction for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So, of course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
Fucking weirdo. So is the contradiction... Because it doesn't make sense how he could even known about it before we even found it. What?
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was
Is
acting
that
weird...
the right one? Because I don't feel like that's the right one, but... I mean... At the moment, they all know that... They all know Chihiro as a girl, so it would make sense to have the...
Was Chihiro, who was a girl. So, of course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first.
I lost my train of thought. It just whoop, right on out the window.
What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
Because it doesn't make sense how... I need to make that contradiction clear.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
Right.
But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out
I am so confused by this one.
You absolutely take it. That's a natural reaction for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro.
Right. Is that right? Okay.
I'll tell you what's so strange about that, because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was.
Oh shit, did not think about that. Wait, but, well, Chihiro was like one of the only ones missing.
So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit.
Meow.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak. Huh? What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
Yeah, she wanted into the sling. Yeah, she's purring very hard. Was there a couple of other people missing? What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. Got him cornered, but he's acting like it was nothing to him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents.
But I feel like Byakuya would also, like, know those particular details. And if he couldn't recreate it, then he would know that he wouldn't be able to pin it on Genocide Jack.
The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
I trust you, Kyoko.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
Differences between this case and the other Genocide Jack murders. The evidence that proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden in there. What could it be? My. Library desk lamp.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with. It was some kind of rope, was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Oh, fuck.
Obviously, somebody else must have had it hidden away somewhere.
Apparently not. Like, it wasn't until after we confirmed that it was an extension cord that I wrote it down, but I had been sitting there thinking that it looked like an extension cord. The proof that Byakuya did it is hidden within the rope. I guess it's possible, but first, the item she had been bound with was used like rope, but was it actually rope? No, it wasn't. Byakuya didn't use rope. He used a very specific object. Alright, let's get through this again.
You want me to explain
Yeah, the
it
plug
again?
part wasn't even hidden.
When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with. It was some kind of rope, was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
No, fuck.
Obviously, somebody else
Ah.
must have had it hidden away somewhere.
Managed to shoot one high, too high to break that, and then one too low to hit anything. I'm actually kind of impressed. Let's go through this again.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with. It was some kind of rope, was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
How did
Obviously,
I
somebody else must have had it hidden away
fucking
somewhere.
miss? Yeah, there is something funny about the way he says that.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again?
Which button
When
is
I
it?
want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with. It was some kind of rope, was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Huh.
No,
Jeez.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before.
Yeah, we'll lie and say that was my first try.
Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
what? An extension cord?
May I leave all the fails in? I'll just continue saying very adamantly
Extension cord in the
that
library more than once,
it was the first try, even though it's very obviously not.
And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder.
Yeah, have none of them lived in a place where they, like, needed to put something a little further out than the cord actually reached or something. Yeah, I noticed it very quickly too, and just like did not think it was going to be like such a compelling thing to figure out.
And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
I don't know, if he's spent all his time reading and has read everything in that fucking library, I guess he doesn't really need it. Yeah, true. No, I don't think any of them did look at the body very closely. But like, also that is a very long extension cord. Like the way it's drawn for Chihiro's murder scene looks like it's much longer than what it looked like in the room in the library.
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
Just not gonna respond this time?
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this?
They really would be, and that's saying something because Makoto's using his brain cell like exclusively during the trials, and that's it.
I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message.
Makoto is trying, but Kyoko really is the one that's like firing all cylinders at all times, I think.
I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
The thing is, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think he'd be strong enough to pick up the dumbbell. So unless, like... I don't know. Like, unless... Still, I could still believe that, like, Chihiro fell. Like, from surprise, rather than having it actually picked up and hit. Hello. He's doing it again. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved.
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Can I give you head kisses, sleepy one? Oh, you started purring again. I'm still trying to... Yeah, something clicked.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
Although I could not tell you what just clicked for him.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
The laptop's screaming at me again. Hold on. There we go.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
I feel like he's... I feel like Byakuya's perfect... Wow, words. I feel like he's set himself up to look bad, but why would he do that? Like, considering the fact that he did his whole little speech and then hid in the library for quite a while, and then acted so suspicious after the murder. But it feels more like he's setting himself up. But I don't know why he would set himself up.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to?
we've already decided who did it.
Why is Hero always the one that's just like, why do we need to keep talking? We know who did it. And it's like, always with the wrong person.
I know, but still.
I mean, fair point. Oh, okay, bye. The timer's not gonna keep counting down if I, run away for a second, right? Since it's not currently going now. It's like a story mode part.
There's something that's still bothering me.
I will be back in just a moment. Okay, I'm back.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath.
Has anyone else been in the library other than him? Because, like, anyone that's been in there could have found the, well, other than us. Like, is there anyone else that could have found the Genocide Jack one? Or is that part of the MO not as hidden as it's supposed to be?
What about all that bothers you?
Like, I feel like someone else has mentioned the archives room. Maybe it was Kyoko, but I don't see her having a motive to murder either. Like, most people are just most of the characters so far have been, like, very mellow about the fact their secrets might be exposed within 24 hours. Oh, I was not reading that. Whoops. What was that just now? Something's not right. Chihiro's body was definitely found in the girls' locker room, but does that mean, are you just now figuring this out, Makoto? Can I really just accept what Byakuya said as the truth? No, I don't think so. There's definitely something off about what he said. See the crown.
I got it! You say
But, like,
you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
hold on, I need to like check off some stuff. That's a check. There we go.
How disappointing.
I need him to say that again.
What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
How do I express this properly? Please berate me more.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that.
You know what I might be? I might be a simp for Byakuya.
How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Okay, so if he hasn't realized that, and or doesn't know that Chihiro was not killed in the girls' locker room, then that means that he definitely did actually just, like, select at random the correct locker room to investigate first. Well, mostly at random.
It's possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
I want to know who the fuck is strong enough to move the equipment around to be able to switch out the rugs though.
The rest of the murder scene?
Oh, he has not even thought about it. He never noticed the posters.
That was awfully specific.
Oh,
Please tell me
that
you have a reason
look
for
of
saying that.
bewilderment. Oh, it is. I am reveling in this moment.
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? When the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Byakuya, who'd been so confident up until now, maybe Byakuya never realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else. But you realized it like 3 seconds ago, though.
Hey, don't just move on without permission. What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Oh, that's easy. Coffee stains and posters. Evidence that shows the murder took place somewhere else. There was something that was switched between the boys' and girls' locker room.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Your proof is some posters?
The disbelief in his voice is beautiful. But it's accurate. That was indeed my proof.
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange?
I'm sorry. The way Makoto said big boob supermodel was like he'd never actually said the word boob out loud in his life.
Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
Yeah, but first people who come to mind who come in mind for being strong enough is Sakura, Mondo, Taka, and maybe Hina. Yeah, they're the ones that would come to mind for me, but like, I can't think of a reason Sakura or Hina would be in the boys' locker room. And I feel like I don't think. I don't know. Celeste would be strong enough because Celeste is scary. Celeste might just like have terrifying strength under there. I'm not gonna lie. When I realized the thing about swapping around the crime scenes, one of my first thoughts was that Hifumi seems to be the type that if he learned Chihiro's secret, he would freak out and kill Chihiro. Or like freak out and strike out against Chihiro at the very least. But we've gotten no proof that it would be Hifumi. Mondo is like all for Chihiro getting stronger and stuff. So I think if he walked into the locker room or was already in the locker room when Chihiro went in, would just been like, oh, okay. Explains a lot. But at the same time, I never know when this game is going to have something that like just does not age well. And for all I know, somebody could be extremely intolerant.
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Great input, Genocide Jill. I love it.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado.
So, like, I want to point out that, like, guys can totally be fans of boy bands. And, in fact, the fact that Makoto knows that this is a super popular boy band is kind of proof of that.
Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms.
I love Celeste's manner of speaking in her voice lines. Yeah, I do wish that we could be provided with like some kind of fingerprinting kits. But fingerprinting is like dusting for fingerprints is a very annoying thing to do. I'm not gonna lie. Because you have to be a certain amount of delicate so that you don't accidentally wipe away the entire fingerprint or damage it in any way. Yeah, good point. Monokuma would think that would be too easy, wouldn't he?
You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
I'm sorry, but the way that this entire interaction is phrased makes it sound like we are not talking about protein coffee.
Protein coffee? While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet.
I want to know how Sakura got those scars. Sakura scares me as well, but in a good way. Much like the way Celeste scares me in a good way.
But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
Checking out the coffee stain too. You know, you're right. She does seem like the type to either give amazing hugs or hug too hard on accident. Did we learn about her scars if we do like free time events with her? No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
He says that like the coffee stain just up and walked its way to the boys' locker room rug.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
Because there's blood on one of them, Celeste. Like, you should be smart enough to know to figure that
To
out.
move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think?
Oh, it certainly does look like she went, like, 1v20 against tigers. But, like... And she obviously won. Why is he panicking?
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime?
So that it wouldn't... I find it very interesting that the killer is either intentionally or not protecting Chihiro and Chihiro's secret. Like, even after murder. Like, going through the effort of switching the crime scene to the other locker room just so that nobody would be like, why was Chihiro in the boys' locker room?
Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place?
Oh yeah, does Chihiro's, e-handbook list gender?
To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
Oh, you're going to input something?
I highly doubt that.
I am also doubtful, Celeste.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah, I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her. No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Wait, why does he know about that?
What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No, that's wrong.
Like, why does he?
No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Why do you seem so surprised that we would counter that?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, he gave up real quick.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is borrow one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
But honestly, if any of them could figure out how to break one of the e-handbooks, it would have been Chihiro, wouldn't it? Especially since Monokuma said that the e-handbooks are like really hard to break.
So, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts
Whoa.
blaring.
Last I checked, programming was software, not hardware, so I don't think Chihiro would be opening it up.
So, if she didn't use
I mean, I could be
Leon's
wrong,
handbook,
but...
And she didn't modify her own handbook.
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
Hifumi, I will come through the screen and slap you for that.
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Taka, sit the fuck down and let us finish this. Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room and Byakuya is the one who did it? Really? But still, I don't know what else I can do. he real quick hopped on the we need to get this over with quick.
Hold on a second.
Did I read that last line or did I just like...
I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
Let's go, Kyoko!
What?
Kyoko, the Sherlock Holmes of our group, and we know it.
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
I think she just takes charge and it's just like, we're gonna take a break from the trial. It's just like, wait, what's happening?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, alright then. I declare an official class trial recess.
For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Monokuma is a reasonable bear. For all the fact that, you know, a little bit, chaotic.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was... Is it the AV room? Oh, no. Okay.
The girls' locker room?
Kyoko, I beg you, don't just, like, pull up the skirt. Please tell me you're going to, like, dig the envelope out of Chihiro's pocket.
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
Why do you keep telling me to look at Chihiro's body? I'm trying not to do that. You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
Hifumi's not allowed to touch the body. Everybody else is fine. Hifumi is not allowed to touch Chihiro's body.
No,
Aw, good boy, Taka.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
Yeah, whatever floats your boat, dude. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on in your head.
Very well. I'll do it.
You know, Sakura is one of the few that I would trust.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
Sometimes I wonder. I like how she's like, oh no, just make the boys touch the dead body. You're a girl. You shouldn't have to. But like, I feel like you should also. I feel like she'd also be the one to run the argument of only a girl should touch another girl's dead body.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her.
I think so. She's trying to explore further, but she just keeps like climbing in the same circles like it's going to take her new places. Like she'll climb through my knitting and crocheting stuff up onto the next shelf and then walk across that shelf and then go back down and climb up through my knitting and crocheting stuff and back up. I'm not sure what's going on over there.
So just leave this to me.
She was running her own personal like Groundhog Day loop with those shelves for a little bit there.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind
Nope.
of secret girl on girl action? Is that what you
Forgot you were there.
That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go.
That's really not it at all.
I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
I'm not gonna lie, Kyoko, I really wish you'd just say that Chihiro is not a girl. Like, I I feel so uncomfortable with you just, like, letting them examine Chihiro's body.
Her entire
Like
body?
this.
I know you say that, but... What? This is... What is this?
Sakura, are you okay? I know you were not prepared for this. Nobody else in this room is prepared for this. Why is Kyoko just not saying it?
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
Is what?
a boy.
Okay, so now that that's out of the way, like, very first time I saw Chihiro, I straight up looked at Chihiro and went, Chihiro actually a boy?
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he.
Ah, you're very smart.
Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
That took a little bit to process through, huh?
You're joking, right?
Very delayed reaction. The only way that they could have been more delayed was if we'd gotten all the way back to the courtroom. Well, yeah, sure, courtroom.
Then it's really true?
And I bet if we look in the boys' locker room, we'll find those clothes in that bag.
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
honey, yeah, sure, say whatever you feel like. But that was it's an interesting motivation there. Man, I just got comfy. How do I not? Okay, there we go.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting.
I still don't get why Kyoko couldn't have just, like, said it. Like, I mean, I know that they'd want to check. But, like, yeah, true. I don't know why I expected anything different. Yeah, I was not hoping for that kind of reaction, but yeah. You know, Kyoko's just sitting there silently.
Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
Alright then.
I do apologize for keeping you waiting.
You're very sharp.
Now then,
You're very,
let's
very sharp.
resume
That
the
hurts.
class trial.
Where's your toy? Where are any of your toys? I need you to play with those and not me. I see you ripped the tail off of this one too. I think only like one of Sushi's toy mice has a tail anymore. She rips them off because she'll like grab them by the tail and swing them. Yeah. Do the next games get better about things that age poorly like this? Because this one's had a fair few things.
We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a
Oh,
boy.
hello.
Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
Yeah, both of those do age like milk. To think that Chihiro was actually a guy. That had never even crossed my mind. Yeah, I know, not a whole lot of things are crossing your mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
I love you. Please don't be a nuisance right now. Don't play with the Mikazuki Ninja. Don't chew on the laptop. I can't stream with my door open, so Sushi can't run around. But, like, I feel like what she needs is to get out and run around a little bit. She must have taken a nap at some point. To be fair, opinions on both of those things have changed, like, quite drastically in the, like, last decade, so I can see why it aged poorly, but I'm glad that nothing reaches this level of aged poorly after this. I love you. But no, I need you to play with something else. Something that is not full of blood.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He
Ow.
dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
Hold on just a moment. I'll be back. I'm back, but I have to, like, behave. Because I have the door opening up for her to get back in when she feels like it. So I can't be too terribly loud because there are lab assistants that sleep with the door wide open. And good luck to them if she decides to bother them. Yeah, I do have to agree there. Like, I would be greatly concerned that it does not get less curdled, I'll say, as time goes on. If I had, like, did not take into account the time frame of it. Like, if Danganronpa was put out, like, this year, it would not make it very far. But that's because attitudes have changed so much.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I've gotten... If I've gotten far enough into Homestuck to reach parts that have aged poorly, then I have not realized it, or just, like, attributed it to when it was posted.
And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I thought we'd established this as fact by now.
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
Mr. Krabs, I'm gonna need you to be very careful with your next words.
This is a most titillating situation!
Of course the writer would think that.
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
Yeah, he was completely lost there.
He's off in his own little world.
He is.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it.
This also doesn't answer the question of who did it. But, wait, hold on. Why was he in the girls' locker room? Because, he didn't know that the crime scenes have been swapped around, so he wouldn't have known. He wouldn't have known that there was a body in the girls' locker room that would have, like, been able to be strung up like that.
But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
Good job, Makoto. Do you want a cookie? I don't have a cookie, but I'll offer you one. I'm going to go see what that sound was, because I'm hoping that Sushi did not get herself into a mess, but she may have. So many interruptions. So she was chasing one of the other cats around. And that particular cat is, both not very graceful and wearing a bell. So trying not to wake up the entire house.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
People's minds can change, Hifumi.
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery. The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
Nothing happened. I did not almost knock something important off of the shelf.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder.
But why would he bother setting himself up like that? That's the part. Where's my blanket? Give me a blanket. That's the part that's getting me. Why would he set himself up?
At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
What are you, a teacher?
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
No, Daddy. Wait, why were you in the girls' locker room? We haven't answered that question yet.
Fucking with us right now.
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm
No,
telling you the truth.
say that fuck word. Say fuck, Byakuya.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead, find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say?
Why did you make it that much harder, though? Yeah, he'll mess with a corpse, but he won't say fuck. Why? No, wait, that does sound like something I That does sound like something a kid from an affluent family would do.
Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
Man has boundaries. They're strange boundaries, but yeah.
You're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Biapia did it.
We still haven't answered questions about him though. Like he's been so eager to like pin it on to let it be pinned on someone else. And the one input that he has given us is the thing about e-handbooks.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility.
Trying to get comfortable again. Hold on. I really need to invest in a new chair. I say that like every stream, and well, not getting a new chair yet. Oh, I need to check off that part. Boop.
Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then.
Oh, look at that smile.
Damn straight. Count me in.
You were just arguing against this.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
No,
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
I don't know. Who are you? Because you sure do seem to be just going along with whatever's said.
Anyway, let's discuss this all
Which,
as a group one more time.
if I were the killer and I knew that I would be able to get out if I just went along with what everyone said, I would also go along with it.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Oh, she looks so precious there.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
They are? I'm an alchemist, not a, well, alchemist assistant, but I'm not a biologist, so I wouldn't know that. But if Byakuya is not the one who did it, who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means the killer is a guy.
I got it!
Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you would need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's still not enough. I need to find some more clues. I have already forgotten everything about Celeste's account.
Clue that might lead us to who did it.
Whoops.
Clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the
Oh,
victim
hers was
outside.
about,
Even that might be enough
seeing
for now.
Chihiro in the warehouse.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
over.
I just completely missed
You
that.
want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer. And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man. Game over.
Okay, so when it comes back around, I need to do that because Celeste did see Chihiro. No, as a matter of fact, there is an eyewitness account regarding Chihiro. She has more information about that.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Oh, control key fast forwards the argument. I don't trust myself not to screw up the fast forwarding thing though.
Nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
Here we go.
No, that's wrong. I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
Track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Well, I better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry, but why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
Yep, there was a time when I was really interested in ants, and I remember this test where they provided a colony of ants with 2 places to live, and different ants would start to move their stuff to both. Then they would start moving the stuff like eggs between the 2 places until the colony decided which is the best by more ants moving stuff to that one. Oh, that's interesting.
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much.
Who did Chihiro really trust?
Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
Mondo does keep calling him dude. Mondo was calling Chihiro dude before the cast found out that Chihiro is a boy. Yeah, I'm going to have to look that up. Cause like that's really interesting.
The marvelous friendship! The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
I don't know, because I feel like what would make more sense to have happened is that Chihiro got to the locker room and someone other than the person he was expecting was in there. And he freaked out. And the other person freaked out. I'm getting very sleepy.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No, you already have what you need to make the connection.
Don't say that and give me that smoke smile, Kyoko. I don't know.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Do I?
Seriously?
Why does Taka freak out so much? That worries me.
Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
What?
Are you sure about that? You really think we can who did it, based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say. But fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket? The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from.
Was there?
Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket you took.
Does Chihiro's jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow, it's really hard to believe.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific?
I don't know, because it looked good.
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
No, that's wrong.
I'm surprised that was in any way correct.
What did you just say?
Or maybe it wasn't.
Huh? What'd I say?
Wait a second. Celeste didn't say anything to the class about it being a blue tracksuit.
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
No! Not Mondo. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then I assume he headed off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
God.
What are you... You just...
Hey, Celeste, what color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue?
Mondo, why?
And before we began the trial, did you
Am I
tell
gonna have to be
anyone
pissed because he hate crime somebody? And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because I just... I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, he didn't. Because we never found the clothes.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died. That's the only possibility. Cherry? Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Unfortunately, I did have the thought that Mondo would have been strong enough to move everything around. Like, you know, when it was mentioned. But I did not... I need to know the why. Because, like... Yeah, what? Wanda.
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, he wasn't. It was shoved into the duffel bag by that point.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
But why?
It would appear you dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
Like, I mean, when I realized that the crime scenes had been swapped around, I wondered if Mondo had done it because, you know, boys' locker room. But I was just like, no, because Mondo seems to, like, find Chihiro adorable.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
The way he talked, the way he was acting, because I hate him. It was the way he, like, that and the dude thing kept throwing me off. It was like he knew that Chihiro was a guy before the rest of them would have.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happen to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You notice such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
You ain't kidding. Okay, but this one did take me completely by surprise here. Like, I didn't even write that he was referring to Chihiro's dude on the board.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
Oh no, do I remember how to do the last part of the trial anymore?
I didn't kill anyone. You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
I don't think this is a fight you want to get into.
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
Like, I still don't get why Mondo would murder Chihiro. Can I still lean on the it was an accident kind of thing.
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Oh yeah, he really did say that.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then, here it is.
You found that, and then you made a point of mentioning that it was not there, and what?
What do you have there? It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
I like that you have the option to say it's mine. It's fine, it was on the ground, I claim it. You found it on the ground, right? Then it must belong to... It must belong to Chihiro, because I think if it was Mondo's and laying on the ground, then he would have handed it back. But it would have been an interesting thing if they had both been, like, dropped at some point, and he picked up the wrong one.
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
But it's been specifically mentioned that it's really hard to break those, so...
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not.
Yeah, I bet you don't think the handbooks are fragile. We had an entire conversation with Monokuma about this.
They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
I feel like I should go with by hitting its weak point, but like... Because that was the one that was mentioned,
You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
You remember that?
Yeah, he's useful at remembering, like, the weirdest shit.
Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was. But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession,
Then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
You have to do so much with your handbooks. I don't think people would go breaking them left and right. I mean, I could be wrong, but...
Just tell us already! Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example? Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... When it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break! I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
You what?
Because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
What? Why was it in the sauna?
The temperature temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt. It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Monokuma, time to do that government required education of students. Yeah. And it's like specifically the one thing that you probably should not be educating your students to do, which is breaking the handbook that they need.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
Unless... Did he have Leon's with him at some point and went into the sauna and realized that it broke?
What if they found out by accident?
Because Leon's is the only other one that's broken.
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness?
Oh, it's not Leon's that's in there broken. It's Mondo's. From when he was like fully dressed in there.
They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
He's about to have a breakdown over here. Yeah, he's realizing he's not having a good time about it. Who might have brought their handbook into the sauna? Had to be the one who wore all their clothes into the sauna. It was... He's over here about to cry. Honey, yeah, I don't blame you. You had a whole bro moment. Sauna fuck. I don't know what exactly went on in there. But you came out best bros with him, and he came out realizing how he could break an e-handbook.
Here's my answer. Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago. Remember?
Yeah, they had enemies to friends / lovers speedrun, and now this is happening. Yeah, I feel like this is very quickly going to be a lovers to enemies speedrun.
And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I mean, I don't want to believe it either, but I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. We did. Yeah, he in denial hard, and I do not blame him. The broken e-handbook would be the one.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all!
Ah.
Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
I'm sure Mondo's handbook broke during their sauna showdown. If I can just prove that. And that will show that the handbook Mondo has must actually be...
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken,
Yeah, blocked by the noise.
then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
God damn it! Fuck.
Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
I got blocked by the noise twice.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what
I
he
thought I was
says
going
is
to be able to
correct, then
outshoot
Mondo,
the noise, I'm not
you
gonna
broke
lie.
your own
It did not work.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
What the fuck?
See?
At least I got the noise out of the way.
Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Yeah, he did knock, Makoto out for 10 fucking hours the first day. Taka, I don't think I'd be saying that he couldn't hurt a fly.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Ha! I beat it this time.
Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall.
Yeah, four times the charm.
Isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now
I am
is actually
terrified to
Leon's.
know what the punishment will be for this.
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but
Son of a bitch!
I just want to know why.
What's wrong, bro? Come on! Tell him he's wrong!
Honey, I think your denial is about to be shattered.
You are wrong! You have to be wrong! Everything you just said is wrong! You made it all up!
Oh, Taka, I'm not sure this is the horse you want to. I'm not sure this is the hill you want to die on.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Hmm. I'll come back to that one in a moment. Oh. There we go. I'm a wee bit sleepy, so that one didn't process as existing, I guess. Uh, um, hmm. This this still doesn't answer why the fuck Byakuya was like, why? He really did just want to make it like a game. I feel like I feel like this one might be the better one there. No, needs to be Sona? No? Maybe?
The killer is you!
Uh,
First, let's take a
yeah,
look back to before the incident.
I guess that's the only thing I can think of that would be the reason.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room.
I did. Sushi. You know what? Sure. Here. Enjoy the blanket. I do find it very strange how he's still referring to Chihiro as she in the beginning of this. Gyakyo was just in a silly, goofy mood. Well, he was certainly in something.
But how could the victim, who's apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
You have a point. Guess we do. At the very least, he's good with tying knots. Look through there then. That wouldn't. I don't think that would make. Maybe this?
The killer is you! With
Maybe?
bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime.
Like, maybe the secret fell out and Mondo saw it, but still don't approve of Mondo freaking out like that if that's the case.
She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who is apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
Oh, it wants me to put the, It wants me to put the e-handbook one over there. Gonna, like, way down here. Which then, I don't know, I guess. I'm gonna try those. But this one, this, I don't know.
Exactly what happened.
I gotta start doing this particular part of it so late at night, because I feel like doing this fries my brain.
Even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who is apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
What? This was the one I originally had in that spot, wasn't it? So that couldn't be right, but I tried putting that one there, didn't I? And it still counted it wrong. So then what one did I originally have? None of these would change.
Here's
Pretty
exactly
sure I
what
had that.
happened. With bag in hand, she made her way. But how could the victim?
Okay, so it's not. This is not going well. Oh, swap the. Okay.
Here's exactly what happened. With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he. Which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys'
The
locker room.
e-handbooks are so tiny.
Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that it's like not tablet sized as well.
It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer
But
hurried
like,
to try and hide
I
the
still
act.
want to know the motivation.
Pulling up the bloodstained carpet.
I want to, better yet, I want to know what Mondo's secret is.
Then, removing the bloody
Since
poster,
apparently that secret was enough to kill Chihiro for. What? How? I don't have but so many more fails. If the dumbbell's not the right one, then maybe this one?
here's exactly what happened. Which is why the killer. Then, removing the bloody poster.
No? Okay, what? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to be told which one it is. Oh. The door. Then what is the one at the end? Maybe this one? Oh, it is?
Here's exactly what happened. Which is why the killer.
If these
hurried to
ones,
try and hide
if
the
these
act.
parts here get harder as time goes on, I am going to absolutely fail at least one of them a couple of times.
Then, removing the bloody poster.
Thank you for helping me.
And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, but this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall.
There's the placement of the dead students' e-handbook certainly does lend itself to the whole, oh, just take it from the dead people
Using
kind of
one
thing.
those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no.
So I'm still trying to figure out why Byakuya was fucking going to the girls' locker room with the intention of like tying up the body anyways. Did he see Mondo like transferring the body or something?
Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work.
Also, in that one particular angle, he looked like Seto Kaiba but with long hair.
Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna.
But why not just like toss the e-handbook into the incinerator? Yeah, it may not be able to be used again. I still want to know why it was being kept in a wooden box in the archives, because that seems a bit strange.
And just as the killer expected, the steam sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Owada?
Oh. I never would have figured out that it was the e-handbook malfunctioning.
Wait. No. This can't be right. Where's your evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence? You need evidence. You need proof.
Taka, honey, I do not think this is the hill you want to die on. I know this is your bro. I know that you guys, like, had a whole moment in the sauna, but, like, the evidence is piling up.
Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
Evidence that Mondo is the killer, that already revealed itself earlier in the trial. If I can somehow show where Mondo's handbook is right now, once I do, everything will become clear. A new element has been added to bullet time battles. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. Is something new going to get added with every trial? Let's talk a little bit about fever time and nega time. During a bullet time battle, if you press the space key, fever time will activate and the tempo will be forced to its max. Oh hell no. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. Never mind, I'm good with that. Oh, right mouse button and left mouse button. Okay. So you can push RMB, LMB, RMB, LMB, however you want to destroy the opponent's verbal assault. But this only lasts until your focus gauge runs out. So make the best possible use of your time. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if only you got access to special time, right? So we've also prepared something called Nega Time that your opponent can use. If the opponent activates Nega Time during the bullet time battle, your tempo marker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. If you were to activate Fever Time at this point, no, never mind. I'm sure nothing would happen. I don't know what I was worried about. Well, now I have to do that. Unsurprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to gentle, the opponent won't use Nega Time. Well then, good luck and have fun. Oh, honey.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote.
Ah, well, Nobody believes me. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Oh, have we already come to the end of the debate? Well then, the class trial is officially adjourned. Now it's time to reveal who's the Blacken. A laugh that I cannot mimic. It would appear that the one with the most votes is Makoto. However, Makoto is not the Blacken. Too bad. Looks like the real killer gets to graduate. Congratulations to them. On the other hand, everyone else must now be punished.
Is this really the end for all of us?
I think I'm going to be getting the, game over every single time. At least,
I refuse to give up here.
at least once for each trial. Alright. No, I think I understand it, unfortunately.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
I think I got the hang of it pretty quickly that time.
If my thinking so far is right, Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
You don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
But why? Ooh, medals.
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up.
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank. Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What?
Oh, I did not read that out loud. Yes, it is so. The blessing that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was Mondo Hawada. In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. Oh, poor baby. Oh, he is still so full of hope. He is so far in denial. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful. Poor baby. I refuse to believe it. There's no way he would kill someone. Oh, but honey.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? 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 Why did you do it?
Now then.
Oh no. I'm afraid of his reasoning. I'm not gonna lie. Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually,
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Fun fact, in stage play of Danganronpa THH, there was a rule that anyone who voted wrong would also be killed, so Taka died at this point. Oh, oh, I don't know if I could take that. Ride or die, bros. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the control key to fast forward the text. Now he tells us how to speed through things. I refuse. Anyway, there once was a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. Adjusting things again. Yay. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out. Nobody will be able to say anything if... Nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him, and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak.
Weak, 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 weak.
Oh, poor baby. Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which, of course, including Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
what?
And yet,
I'm sorry.
sorry, I don't really want to talk about it right now. But I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later? After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my
I
chance.
want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his body and mind. I heard that the wrong way around. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, though it would be good to when he decided, oh wow, words. When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask him to help him from there. And the person he went to,
Yeah, that's right.
it was me. Yep, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he'd confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was a very strong. It was the words. Was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support could he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then that must be why Mondo did what he did to keep the promise he made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think that was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro.
But
And how does moving a body keep a secret?
Because
Because if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook. See? I just gave up on voices because I am like, so close to crying still. Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed? Why would he do that? Oh, Taka. The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you? Because no matter what I did, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
But that's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone. Impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Oh no! Oh. So if we complete all of Chihiro's free time events, that means that we're directly responsible for the events that then transpire. Oh no. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know?
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? I swear if he killed his brother. Fuck! Well, he killed his own brother. I was not expecting to actually be right there. Just saying. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had a chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, was, number one in the gang. And his number two, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. What the fuck is that sentence? Peaches and gravy. I want some peaches. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, so it's theorized that this part might have been one of the branching paths of distrust. If you would go down if you hung out with Chihiro a lot before it became Danganronpa and the branching path thing was scrapped. Interesting. His brother's greatness, his reputation, it began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why
I just...
hey, I gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Just Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes, I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly, laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. Fuck. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Jeez. Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Diane never blamed him for what happened. Hey kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Because the team is the team. You and me put together. Team. It's a promise between men. This one hurts like far more than Leon and Sayaka's. It really does. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gangs. In order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother, he could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother. I'm strong. Strong. And yet, as soon as their killing game began, he realized no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. Hiccup. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother have worked to create would have been destroyed. Well, it's going to be destroyed now because you also dying. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it would have been for nothing. That's why I Mondo? After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I'd never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? Huh? Because, I mean, you've kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would... You're right, but...
I want to change.
Oh, precious baby. I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words are like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong, it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us? Well,
You piece of...
so what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
Oh no.
What?
If you're saying I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret? Huh? I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I'd never had, so I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No.
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. Oh. So I guess in the end it kind of did come down to it being an accident, but not in the way I thought it was gonna be. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back and let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to.
Oh, I just really admired you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong enough. Strong. Strong, 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 strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand and I was just staring at him down on the ground. Somehow I think Kiyotaka, my boy, is taking this worse than anyone else. Like, including me. Hey.
I killed him.
Fuck.
I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. Thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. Noel is so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in a heart like his, and it turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. Look at him. You see? You're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory. For that, he killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see any hope in here? Because I sure don't. You bastard. Just shut up, you son of a bitch. Go ahead. Say that again, I dare you. It does.
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but unfortunately, I can't do that right now, because the time for punishing is fast approaching. For punishing? You mean, you mean execution?
Well now.
That's what I promised you, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on. Maybe his first cuss word.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
Yeah, he did. for sure did. He's still processing the fact that Mondo killed Chihiro. I mean, so am I. Now then, I prepared a very special punishment for Mondo Owada, the ultimate biker gang leader. No, wait, no.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I said wait. Jeez, he is not handling this well. Yeah, now his best bro is gonna get killed in front of him. And I am terrified of what this execution's gonna be.
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Bro's gonna have trust issues for the rest of his life. Just saying. What the? I'm slightly terrified. Sorry, the Monokuma hula hooping. What? What? I just, had Mondo butter. But, yeah, the Monokuma ate on his pancakes. Like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that execution. Laugh at death, and your soul will forever be at peace. It can't be. My brother. Another murder and another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. So, Taka's handling it terribly. As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again that of course, he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game. Byakuya?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do, because this game is life or death.
Hey,
Yeah. Like, wow. I don't know what I was expecting for his execution, but it certainly wasn't circus acts that turn people into butter. Well, I don't suppose I have anything. I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that
However,
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime? That's what I want to know. I mean, I assume you're right, and he was testing the waters to see if the rest would figure it out.
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting, Mr. Krabs. I would say this is a turnoff, but it's not. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
honestly,
So you ignored the nighttime rule too. The rule never murdered me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
there is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, she definitely cares. Because she's the one who set that rule, and she is the only one that comments on it when anybody breaks it. She definitely cares about it. But also, I would not have been surprised if he was just, like, living in the library and only going to his room for, like, power naps. What, you mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea I'd seen him.
Well,
So, you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed. If that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a helping little hand. Lend a helping little... Wow, I almost heard that the exact same way twice. Lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So, after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create a fake murder scene? But damn, man. If we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. Yakira turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Why is he so pissed at us? Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did. And I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for.
Correct.
Well, I know Byakuya. I know Byakuya will murder me if he decides to become blackened, and I won't have to worry about proving him. So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey,
Yeah, either way, I guess it's a win-win. There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next? You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why? Do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating. I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope into despair. What do you mean? 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 Mean?
What the heck?
Mean. Good grief. I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing. Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh, how exciting.
Hanakuma immediately starts trying to rizz up the fucking rich boy. Ah, the noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship. Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I have achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you, understand?
In the name of my family.
In the name of the Togami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up.
Ooh, so cool! It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mod for you! Yeah, assuming Monokuma won't just kill him. Yeah, he does occasionally have his moments. I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you. Temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap. I know someone else that needs a nap, too. Catcher, at least he hates Monokuma. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue. Because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. That is a hell of a descriptor, Makoto. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying...
Yeah. Makoto is a bit morbid at times, isn't he?
This is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring?
What?
Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right?
One of them is on Monokuma's side?
Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
Yeah. There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
You really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but... Super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied! Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
Oh, okay. Heartbreaking. Yes, I am saving this. Alright, and now that I've saved it, I'm going to return to the main menu. Man, this chapter, like, really... Oh, that one did some damage. Alright, good night.